Um,
There we go.
right, no fire alarm planned. If fire alarm does go, exit through the door there, assemble in the car park by the wheelie bins. We have two alarms. One is intruder, one is fire. I'll be able to tell you the difference. Intruder is usually when one of the children, when a child drops of the Roman helmet or something like that. The loos straight through the library, turn left at the end. John Piper exhibition. If you haven't already seen it, do through the double doors, that through there. Please no food and drink through in the gallery. So you can take a quick look during the comfort break, but please don't take food and drink into the gallery. And no photos in there either, I'm afraid. But there's a very attractive catalogue. Bargain best.
Cool. Okay. Final agenda. Is everyone happy with the final agenda that was issued this morning by Amanda? Slightly compressed and a few things moved around. I think it should work. I'll go agree to the line by people. Excellent. Okay, can we go to apologies? Amanda, do you have a list of apologies?
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fine.
Yeah, great. Okay, so apologies from Susan Greeny, Martin Brown, Jonathan Last, Andrew David, David Roberts, Katie Whitaker, Christina Tsaraki, Nick Croxon, Paul Tubb, Kerry Donaldson, Bryony Clifton, Heather may try and come but sends apologies if she can't. Clive sends apologies and greetings.
Okay, thank you for that. The minutes of previous meeting, I presume people have a copy. Are we happy with those as they stand? Yeah. Or any objections or questions? I think that no. Okay, matters arising from the minutes. The action log. Amanda, you say most of this is done.
Yeah.
Any particular issues you wish to raise?
There's just, I suggested that I think the four shaded items needed just to be kind of highlighted. There was one about the condition of the byways being added to the ESG. I assume that that was done and that it was discussed.
Getting a nod from Claire.
Yeah, yeah, we can talk more on that now or in our bit. Yeah.
If you, sorry.
Yeah, should we wait until we get to work area section? Is that okay?
Yeah. Then there was, I don't think I've had the details of the new polissoir yet, but it's not critical. So we can kind of leave that on there.
Okay. And the back cover for the upcoming historical on Stonehenge World.
I think, that's the one from Fort Cumberland, I believe.
Right.
If Wing could share details, I'll circulate those.
Okay. And discuss October and its planting history.
Yeah, it was just I didn't know whether Colin had done any follow-up on that.
Anything on that, Colin?
I haven't talked to the Forestry Commission. I think actually talking to the landowner is going to be more useful now, doing that first.
Okay.
The son has just taken over the stables. So, change of ownership there, and I think probably, well, not ownership, it's not the family.
Right.
And I think it'd probably be useful to let him know what he's actually got.
Okay. Are there any other pressing matters, Amanda?
Not that I'm aware, unless anyone else has.
Does anyone wish to raise any points in regards to the actions? I think that as a no. Okay, so we move on to any other matters arising from the minutes. And do we want to raise anything especially, or are we going to wait till we get to the particular section? Okay, we'll go into
the one thing I'd like to say is I'm not quite sure, but I did hear rumours that the Marshal had a some elements from him may not be forthcoming in this.
Oh, I see.
Also, if that's the case, if someone can verify that,
it is.
This soon. Given his-
Certainly. Okay. Can you do that, Amanda?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I'm going to have to.
Sorry, we think that Steve Marshall's had a stroke, so some of his work may not be forthcoming, but I was asking that this group sends him and his partner our best wishes.
Oh gosh, yeah, that's no, I wasn't aware of that. Of course, I will do that.
Okay. Moving on to item 5, new terms of reference at Asahrg. There is a copy that Amanda sent us with a few edits and additions to. Do we have any comments to make on this? Amanda, do you want to just walk us through it first?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully everybody has had a look at it. We needed these because the old one referred to things like the steering group for Avebury, the steering group for Stonehenge. These no longer exist. So they've been pre-circulated and updated just to reflect the new governance arrangements, and also just one or two typos and things like that I'd spotted. But if anybody's got any comments, obviously I'm happy to take any suggestions or whatever. But I didn't want to kind of reopen it. It took ages last time. It was a can of worms. So this is it was just a quick update to reflect the new bodies. And I've done that in track changes, so it should be obvious what's been changed. So it's really whether the group is happy with those new terms of reference.
Does anyone have any points to raise in regards to these changes? Okay.
That's a lot easier than last time. Thank you, guys.
That's really.
Sorry, just to say, Steve Marshall's just on camera and he's type something in saying he is. So hi to
great.
Steve. Great,
Right.
great to see you here.
Good. Okay, item 6, elections and membership updates. Yes, 2 of the chairs of office coming for renewal. I believe Magnus has already been re-elected. Is anybody else happy or willing to put themselves forward as a chair in the meeting or online? Okay, perhaps we could put an email out to membership about this, Amanda.
Yeah, sure. I will. I'll make a note of that. Sorry, scribbling furiously here.
No, I mean, I believe my turn's coming up soon, but I mean, I'm happy to stand again if that's okay.
I think we'd be biting your hand off.
Good Lord, really.
I'd second that if you need a seconder.
Thank you, Mel. I think I've committed myself. There you go. Okay. Ooh, yes, an interesting one. Representation on the ESG.
I think this is just going to, if it helps, Neil, I can add this to the email to be sent around about the chairs. This will kind of stay on as an issue, I guess, until we've said that we would keep it on as an issue, unless anyone's putting themselves forward. So I think the best thing to do is I just send out a reminder along with the chair's reminder. Is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, is there anybody who would like to put themselves forward? Do we know? Is there anyone in the room or online who'd like to do that?
Sorry, I got a pen up. I'm not putting myself forward again.
Okay,
But there was someone at the meeting when this was first discussed who said that they would be willing, but I can't recall who it
was that Paul Tubb?
Yeah.
Shall I follow that up? Paul is not here today. He sent apologies. Shall I follow that up?
As he did put himself forward, then it might be worth contacting him again and
Sure.
asking if he is still interested, rather than it just being part of a general circulation.
Yeah, no, definitely. We need to get this sorted once and for all. So, as you see, anyone who's shown any kind of interest, then yes, can contact them, please.
Because I think it's important, basically, for an information exchange, if nothing else, at sort of very basic level, knowing what's going on.
I wholly agree. And I
So-
think Asahrg should have representation. And I believe the group has actually voted in favour of doing that. Anyway. Membership list update, Amanda. We've got your membership list here. Are there any particular changes you want to highlight?
Well, no, I've just kept it up to date. And this is the latest version. Obviously, people have been coming on and off over the last, few meetings. So this is it. If anybody wants to add any details, because we have to keep it for GDPR reasons kind of compliant. So if anyone wants to add any details to their name, what their research interests are or whatever, just let me know and I'll make sure that those are on the next update.
Good. Okay. Yes.
So it's Lorraine Hopkins' first meeting.
Hello, Lorraine. I think I know Lorraine. We worked together many years ago. Thank you, Rob. So let it be entered. Okay. Gosh, you are doing well for time. Well done, everyone. Item 7, the World Heritage Coordination Report. Claire Salmon.
Thank you. So I'll start with the action that's in the agenda. So there's an action to raise 3 things at the last ESG meeting. So that's our expert and stakeholder group. It's on the 3rd of March, and there are 3 points that Asahrg wished to raise that were kind of included as part of the discussion or considered. So complaints regarding the condition of the byways. So we had the head of local highways there at the meeting, Chris Clark, and he gave an update on the maintenance works of byways 11 and 12. And there were also concerns raised about the ongoing impacts to the Ridgeway and Green Street and kind of the lack of repairs there as well. So kind of a broad discussion about that. Would council have it as an action from that meeting to report back to the group on mechanisms available for managing vehicles on the byways, and also as a group kind of thinking about being project ready for any repair opportunities that come along in the future as well. So a really good discussion within that. There was also the second point of issue of damage to West Kennet Avenue by the B4003. So it was noted at the meeting that West Kennet Avenue remained on the Heritage at Risk register for 2025. And there was a proposal that the ESG recommends the progression of the closure of the B4003. So that came out as a recommendation from the group in acknowledgement that, there is work there to be done. But also partners supported exploring interim measures for the physical protection of vulnerable stone holes to West Kennet Avenue. So that was an action as well. So kind of some things to bring out that are useful. The third point, in terms of requesting the date of Green Lanes Association objection to the traffic regulation order, continuation on the Ridgeway. So that was something that came out of previous meetings for Asahrg. I don't really have an update on that. So I said at our previous Asahrg meeting that I approached Chris Clark to comment on this and give more information. That hasn't happened. If that's something that Asahrg wishes to continue to raise, I recommend doing that at a future meeting of the ESG or individually.
There was a basic question of when the Green Lane Association actually objected to the summer temporary TRO that was used as the reason for discontinuing it. Whenever that came in, there's no further consultation. Just that I think that would still be useful to know, and I think others that are interested in the permanent closing of the byways in the World Heritage Site to recreational vehicles. Not least so that, as I can see it now, there can only be some success by having a coordinated and combined approach to the problem. I did note that in the government advice relating to byways that the relevant authorities are required to review the TROs. And so there might be a circumstance for that. Historical note, and looking at the Friends of the Ridgeway website, they have a copy of a letter which was the basis of the formation of the Friends of the Ridgeway, their purpose of which was to close the Ridgeway to recreational traffic. It was written by one Leslie Grinsell, who will be known to some, in 1973 from a West London address, which was just after he retired from being Curator of Assistant Museum. And actually now a comment which is a bit more important. The damage to the 4003 has been replicated inside the Avebury Monument now, where there has been renewed tarmacking, which has spread the width of the road, and immediately there were then cuts of the verge by lorries going by. And of course, when the monument is a supposedly protected monument for that reason. But it's an ongoing process, and actually the film I'm going to show gives some indication of what the width of the verge was in 1960 near the south entrance. And that it possibly can be used to actually chart what has happened over the years. I mean, it's a standard effect because tarmac is wider. Large vehicles can use half the tarmac and the other half for damaging the road.
Okay.
And so the ongoing consideration of what might be needed in the Avenue Road, I think, needs to be extended to the monument itself as well.
Can I
Yes.
give an update on this?
Yes.
Nick and I are meeting with the Cabinet Member for Transportation at Yorkshire Council to discuss the West Kennedy Road on the 16th of June.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Good luck.
Yeah, I was just aside from what Claire talked about at the March meeting, there was also discussion of the speed limits on the A4 and the A4361, and an update from that is there's a new local policy on speed limit reviews in villages, which may make it easier to reduce at a parish level the speed limit. So that's something we hope will contribute towards a better situation.
Okay. So people are available.
Management plan review wise, so the ESG agreed a delivery plan for the management plan review. So just explaining what our kind of mantra is with it, what our vision is, what our timings are, and what everyone's role is in that process. So we're kind of staggering production. There'll be some elements going to the June ESG for kind of as a first draft. And then we will be looking at wider thematic workshops and discussion over the autumn time. So that's where we'll be approaching Asahrg to work with us in terms of the research aspect and other things in the management plan. And in terms of production of content now, so we've sent to the chairs and Amanda a description of Asahrg, so how Asahrg wishes to be described in the management plan. So I don't know if you want to have a think about how to agree that description. That will go in the current wording that we have. Obviously, it can be subject to review, but will go out into what's looked at the ESG in June. So if you wanted to circulate that or have a think about it.
Yeah, I think interested parties will submit their ideas to Amanda.
Great, we have a draft text.
I can circulate that.
Okay, thanks, Amanda.
Brilliant. We've also asked every partner how they see kind of their adoption of the management plan post review. So we're just looking ahead at that. So once it's agreed and finalised, how each can endorse it, because it will be very different for everyone. So it'd be good to know for Asahrg whether that would be a meeting after that's taken place or whatever that process is. So that's kind of something to think about for later down the line. And then we've also asked all partners for a summary of some of the activity that's been delivered as part of the current management plan from 2015 to now. So we've got a record of a sort of activity report of what we've done for the World Heritage Site, both in terms of conservation and protection, but also kind of sharing and engaging in the site as well. And it kind of had a discussion, I think especially David with you, about whether a kind of summary of key research projects from 2015 to now would be a good thing that Asahrg might wish to lead on. Obviously up to you how you wish to approach that, whether you do at all, but I see there's something in the agenda later on.
Well, but you've just covered all I would have said,
Okay.
which is perfect. Keep
Okay.
it short. Yep.
Okay. So again, something to think about perhaps over the summer, autumn. I don't know how you want to agree that in your meetings and how to go about it and how extensive that would be, whether you want to think about that now or at another point.
Anybody wish to comment on that at this time? Okay.
One question I would have is with how would Oasis information from Oasis be usable to sort of build part of that?
Yeah.
Right. With a bit of help in how to interrogate it.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, I can get the HCR to help you with that. They're the experts.
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that.
I think when I looked at the Oasis website or whatever a long time ago, there was a listing of a place for a representative of Asahrg being nominated to have access.
Really? Okay.
But whether that is still there or it's just disappeared, but I think that's, whoever was organising in future the research agenda.
I think the information is publicly available. It's just those who are familiar with it will find it much easier to get the information out.
Yes,
But some of the brain
governments. Not that I'm aware of.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll perhaps if we can pick that up.
Okay, I'll talk to the HR and get to talk to you, David. Anything else?
Just to note that I see you've got something in the agenda later on about 40th anniversary of the description of the World Heritage Site. So yeah, we're just kind of interested from partners of any events or plans you might be thinking about or activity online. And then our role is really to sort of sew that together as a programme if you wish to be part of that programme. So it's kind of part of a wider celebration. So yeah.
Okay, bear that in mind, everyone. Are we done now, Claire?
Yeah.
David, you wish to make any other further comment? You said that Claire had told me closed.
Oh, covered it all. Perfect.
Skip over that. Item 9, Jill Swanson tributes. Amanda, do we have any updates?
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm still pulling it together, and things are still coming in. So thank you very much, and I hope the editor very soon. So I'm pulling together, for those of you who don't know, a list of tributes for Jill and trying to do what we did for Kate Fielden with anything that Asahrg members think is particularly pertinent as a kind of tribute to Jill, obviously because it's being published in WAM. It will relate to her life as an archaeologist. She did have a life as a farmer, and that will be obviously mentioned, but it obviously is concentrating more on her life as an archaeologist. So if anybody's got anything else, please send it to me ASAP. That would be very good. Thank you. And thank you also to those of you who've already sent in your contributions.
Mike, you want to talk about this?
Yeah, I offered to organise a conference and two a volume on a Jill, and they're two very different things. A conference is something to celebrate Jill's work and Jill's life and so forth, and it can be very centric, but have lots of other bits and pieces of it. Whereas a volume needs to have a specific or a designated descriptor, which includes things that Jill would have liked, and it doesn't want to be about Jill, because many readers will not know Jill, and therefore it needs to be much wider than that. We've had a number of ideas about looking at perhaps megalithic chalk and Upper Kennet Valley, and that may be too restricted. With ideas about looking at the Marlborough Downs again. There was one by Wessex Archaeology many years ago, which lumped together a number of excavations, and this could be more thematic. And I'm prepared to pull those together. The conference could be done by David in combination with that, and the book would need some funding depending on the publisher we went with. I've got a co-editor for that volume as of this morning, who has told me that at Oxbow she would not be able to help take it through Oxbow anymore, because in 3 weeks' time, and she's counting, she'll be retiring. Doing that. So I'm prepared to do those if people feel that is something we as a group wish to do, and we wish to do that in honour of Jill. And also it's a good thing for us to celebrate the archaeology in our area. If we do want to do that, I'll progress that. But the only thing I do need is ideas from you, and I have a little group of people who I'm talking to try and narrow that down and focus that, and then we could progress that. Timescales haven't been dealt with, but they'll all have to be, in the future sometime. And although it'd be nice, perhaps, if the conference was perhaps, should we say, autumn next year, that gives us plenty of time to organise it, but also gives plenty of time for me to get a book up and running, and not published by that time, but actually out so that we could then have it pre-sale at that conference. Because one thing that book publishers are now more and more aware of is the amount of books they publish which actually then don't take off. I luckily have got a very good record with Oxbow, succeeded with all of the 50 books I've done with them, because we push hard and focus on them. But it's up to you and the group to come up with those ideas, and I will then meld those into something with advice internally and externally, into something that celebrates the archaeology of the area, and thus celebrates Jill's contribution to that, to us.
Sounds like a great idea, Mike, and I'll encourage everybody to help Mike out there. Brilliant way to pay tribute to Jill and all the work she's done.
And the only thing that we would need would be, we may have to, if we go down a volume road, we may need some funding towards that, which will come at a later stage, but I'll just flag it up now so that people don't say, oh, you didn't tell us that. And that may be externally, it may be through crowdfunding, it may be through donations or whatever. I don't know the sums, but it's sort of about £2,000.
Right.
And that £2,000 enables us to publish something, have a bit of colour in it, and reduces the cover price to something that is acceptable, that people buy. A number of volumes published by large publishers, Oxford becomes prohibitive, and everyone buys it. And just go in university libraries. It's much nicer to have volumes on your own shelves if you take up the students.
Okay, right, thank you.
Ideas, please.
Yes, certainly. I think we already raised the next item. Opportunities for average dissemination.
Hang on, please. There's some hands online.
Sorry, I wasn't looking at the screen. Forgive me. Yes, Melanie, go first.
Actually, Amanda was first.
No, Melanie, I said I'm chair. Melanie, go first.
Oh, Amanda, go ahead.
It doesn't.
My authority, I'm undermined.
It doesn't matter, please, Melanie.
Just to say that, Mike, I'm happy to help organise a conference to Jill. I think that's a really nice idea, and it would be very apt if we could hold it in the Kennet Valley Hall. because Jill did many talks in there over the years and attended many meetings there in her, several capacities that she volunteered for things. So I think that would be a really nice venue and would allow lots of people who lived in that area, who knew Jill very well through her farming life as well as her archaeology life, it would allow them to come quite easily. So if you're putting together a little working group for the conference, Mike, I'm very happy to help. Also to say that at the Archaeology in Wiltshire conference back in March, I did a little tribute to Jill at the beginning of that conference, and I did tell people at the conference, which was quite well attended, that you were coordinating some tributes to Jill and for them to get into contact with you, Mike. So I don't know whether anybody did via that route, but hopefully people did.
If they had, I would have passed them on to Amanda, but no one did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Excellent.
Amanda.
Hi there. This was more about the volume, actually, Mike. I think I've had some discussions with you, and you've rightly said that it would be good if there was a sort of a coherent theme, perhaps with her interests. She was very interested in the Bronze Age, for example. She was very interested in landscape for obvious reasons. And I wondered whether there'd been any further thoughts on that. And this is just a kind of slightly random thing that's popped into my head. But if it was, say, there was interest in the Bronze Age, would there be interest in doing things Bronze Agey, slightly kind of wider than the World Heritage Site? I'm thinking, well, it's a random thought. It's just popped into my head. I'm actually working on a little bronze hoard at the moment, which is interesting because I know nothing about the Bronze Age, but I am, and I just wondered whether a short paper from elsewhere in southern Britain might be acceptable. But I think this is the kind of thing that we need to work out what the volume is to be kind of focused on.
Yeah, I agree entirely. I haven't quite sorted out that focus, and I also think it can have multiple focuses, but it just needs to have an overarching, clear theme that a reader would want to buy it and put it off the shelf, and not someone who just knew Jill. And also, if it was, for instance, Upper Kennet Valley or Marlborough landscape based, it doesn't stop articles on things which are outside that area and outside the Royal Heritage Site, which relate to working there. There's no problem at all. That helps expand the scope, so I have no problem with that. So at the moment, I've got a large number of ideas. I'm just trying to focus which bits. We've had people talking about children and volunteers. We've had people talking about, obviously, experimental earthworks, and that's the advantage of having the two opportunities of conference and volume, is that we can spread them across both. So if some people feel upset that they're not in the volume, hopefully they will be represented in the conference. So yes, ideas welcome, and then our group of people who some of you know around the table, and here we can bash out together and do that. So I've got a little organising group I've been talking to, one of whom is over there and one of whom is just sitting here, who were nabbed by me to discuss that. So we are progressing with that. So if ideas come from this meeting and emails subsequently, I will then progress that actively and report back to Amanda and Jeff.
Okay. Does anybody else online have any questions? I don't see any hands. No? Okay, Colin, yes.
The idea of the Marlborough Downs being sort of focus and the central focus, that was essentially the topic of Jill's dissertation or something, which she looked at previous field walking evidence, and the sort of culture and nature interaction sphere, that's sort of overarching because of an environmental archaeological interest and so on from better.
I thought the Marlborough landscape was something slightly wider and more encompassing, could include things which would go beyond the Bronze Age, but we focused on the Bronze Age because that's where it is. but also it could bring in obviously the experimental earthwork, which sits within that landscape, but archaeologically is something which phenomenal forms and something which you facilitated. How it will continue to.
Can I just, as a historical note, because Melanie mentioned Kennet Valley Hall. Kennet Valley Hall was actually built as a donation by Jill's father-in-law, and the land was donated by him as well. And they rebuilt the hall, funded.
How many did it take? How many people will it seat? How many people will it seat?
About 100.
Josh and Mark gave a talk there. It was very well attended a while ago now.
Good. Thank you. Okay, item 10. Opportunities for outreach and dissemination of research. I think we'd already touched on this earlier on, hadn't we, with Claire? Does anybody have anything extra to add at this stage?
Just Brian Edwards earlier, I don't know if he wants to speak, highlighted that oh, name's gone. And
member of the public.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Brian.
Brian, you're logged in twice.
Right, got it. Yeah, Steve Marshall's publishing a second edition of his amazing Avebury book.
Right.
So I think, I'm not sure if that's out yet, but it soon will be.
Okay.
Susan's got a book on Stonehenge coming out. Really?
Oh yeah, it's out. Yeah,
It's
very impressive. Fabulous photos.
Is it available downstairs?
No, I'm not sure if I'm not sure if English Heritage are allowing other people to sell it or not. We're making inquiries, so.
Well, we shall find out.
Okay.
Oh, and Amanda's put her hand up.
Amanda, yes.
Oh, hi. So in terms of the 40th anniversary, Asahrg's website is sort of being counted as our contribution, if you like, towards that. And I think we're going to have a formal launch of that in the summer at Avebury, as I've previously mentioned. And I just wondered if I think that Claire, you're having 40th anniversary going on until next year. I did wonder whether if we got our act together with a volume for Jill, whether that could sort of, I don't know, that could be part of the celebrations as well. I don't know.
Timings were definitely, we're seeing it as it was November 1986, and seeing it as an anniversary year, so potentially the conference.
Ben, there's lots of background noise from you.
So can you hear me?
Yes, lots of background noise. That's all.
What sort of background noise?
Sounds like a vacuum cleaner.
Oh, okay. I can just give me 1 second. I can walk to another room. That might help. 1 sec. Is that any better? I'm in a very quiet room by myself, so I don't know where the vacuum cleaner comes from, but
Turn your volume down.
Anyway, look, if you can hear me, I'll just go ahead. I just wanted to mention that the Avebury Papers project is basically coming to a sort of conclusion over the next few months. and one of the main events to mark that is a exhibition at the gallery in Southampton, which opens in the middle of June, where basically two artists that we commissioned during the project to produce artworks that are inspired by the Avebury archive in one way or another will be exhibiting their work, and there'll be a series of workshops and talks around that event as well. I can send an email to the group to give details.
In complete contrast to most Teams meetings, can you put yourself on mute? Thank you. Sorry. You can send a text message to Ben saying he's disrupting the meeting.
Okay.
Thank you. Does anybody else, apart from Ben, got anything to say?
Could I ask what Brian's interjection was?
It's Steve Marshall's new second edition of the Avebury book.
Brian's giving us the dub version. Okay. Does anybody else have anything to raise in regard to this? Sorry about that, Ben. I don't know what happened there. Okay, item 11, Southwest Regional Research Framework. Now? Oh, now it's disappeared. You're on now. Southwest Regional Research Framework.
Brilliant. I'm just going to attempt to share screen. Right, can you see my slides?
Yes, we're seeing it in edit view.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I've only got 3. Just to say that this exciting project has started now. I think I've mentioned it at this meeting before. Southwest Archaeological Research Framework Review and Refresh. It's a refresh of the document that was published in 2007, so almost kind of 20 years old now, the one on the left here. And the project's being run by Southwest Algeo, the Association of Local Government Archaeologists. And the project's called Curating the Historic Environment in the South and Southwest England, Supporting Change in an Extraordinary Landscape. And it's being funded by Historic England. So, second slide here. So, yeah, it's being run by Southwest Algeo, funded by Historic England, and we've been given a grant, a substantial grant to do this project, and the grant holder is a Southwest Heritage Trust, so i.e. Somerset, formerly Somerset County Council. So we went out earlier this year, we went out to tender for a consultancy who would be the project managers of the project, and a company called the Bureau for the Contemporary and Heritage, right down here. They won the tender contract, so they are actually starting to run the project now. Some of you may have come across them before. They've done quite a lot of projects for Historic England, including UNESCO type projects. So they've got there's 5 consultants in the consultancy, several of whom have very solid heritage credentials and experience. But one of them used to work for Historic England, and she did some work at Stonehenge and Avebury when I was Avebury officer all those years ago. So that's Sarah May. So she's one of the consultants working on this. So they've kick-started the project, and we wrote a tender brief. So Southwest Ago wrote a tender brief. It went out to tender, and this consultancy won the work. So you've probably seen, I hope you've all had a chance to look at the emails that Amanda kindly circulated to this group for me last week. And those papers were a call for shows of interest for people to get involved at various levels in this project. It's a 2-year project. So the aim is that in 2 years' time, so early 2028, we are going to have a refreshed framework, replacing the previous one, but it will be an online digital version. So it's not going to be a big published volume, a dusty volume that will sit on shelves, but it will be a more interactive digital version in 2 years' time. Now, the paperwork that Amanda circulated to this group, I know you can't read this, but you should have this because Amanda circulated it. It's basically a description of 3 roles that you can all apply to get involved in for this project. Okay, so the first one is we're looking for resource assessment chapter leads, and there's a small amount of money available for somebody to lead each chapter and basically start writing some of the periodic texts or updating the periodic tests. And you can see these are the kind of 9 categories that the document or the research framework is going to fall into. All the usual kind of periods that we expect from Paleolithic through to post-medieval, industrial and modern. There's also going to be an overview that will be written by the consultants and an environmental section for all periods. So you should all have this paperwork. So I'm not going to say too much about it, but the 3 roles are resource assessment chapter lead, and there'll be a bit of funding for that. There's also expert panel members. Now, they will be, if you're an expert panel member, you'll be a little bit more involved and you will be asked to attend 2 online seminars where you will contribute to discussions about what should be in the research framework for each period. So there'll be 1 for each period, 1 for environmental. And thirdly, you could sign up to be part of a wider research community whereby you don't have to write anything, you don't have to attend any of the seminars, but you'll get access to all the draft information as it's being drafted and developed, and you'll get a chance to input your thoughts. Obviously, we've got so many experts around the table here in all periods, and I'm very keen that we get input from World Heritage Site experts, because I'm very conscious that the last research framework for the Southwest was published in 2007. Wiltshire didn't feature very highly in it. And I'm keen that that gets rectified this time around, and we have, all the new research. I mean, there's been so much research in Stonehenge in Avebury over the last 20 years, thanks to many people in this group, and it'd be great if all that can be reflected in this new framework. So please do sign up. There is, in the information that Amanda circulated, there's a link. So it's down here. It's called SWARF involvement form, and it links you to a questionnaire, and that questionnaire will ask you if you want to be involved and what level of involvement. So do you want to be a resource assessment chapter lead? Do you want to contribute to any writing? Do you want to be an expert panel member, or do you just want a kind of community involvement while you'll hear about the updates and get a chance to read through drafts? Okay, so please do have a look. If anybody's got any queries about this or hasn't received the paperwork, please drop me an email, or this lady here, Nadia Bartolini at the butchbureau.co.uk. She's our main point of contact. But I'm happy to field any questions as well. So please do get involved. It's a great project, and it'd be great to see lots of people from this group involved. Thank you. Are there any questions at all?
Questions from now?
I've got 2 points. One is that the Southwest Regional Framework is actually a not very helpful title, because the Southwest, as in terms of England, as defined by various topographical, political organisations and natural resource areas, doesn't include Wiltshire, because Southwest is seen to be beyond Wiltshire onwards, and that's why Wiltshire, I think, was less well represented in there, but also why many archaeologists don't pick that up to look for Wiltshire in there. And that's partly because the Southwest is seen to be starting from our western borders downwards. And the second comment is that contributing to it is fantastic, and I contribute to a number. However, although they have funding for it, I find that as an entirely freelance person, it's actually very difficult. So the Solent Thames is 3.5 weeks of work it took with no funding, apart from perhaps a bit of funding towards contributing towards meetings and things. The South East one was over 2 weeks in terms of getting that resource together. So people who are working for organisations like English Heritage or some archaeological companies or English Heritage or the National Trust have an advantage in that their employers can provide that. Some archaeological companies would wish to do so but can't for their employees, some of whom are the experts. So it's some way that we need to think about trying to enable some of those who are experts who either their employer can't afford the fund, or some people who are freelance who may wish to contribute can't do so on fiscal reasons. And there may be ways of overcoming that, not through finance, but through assistance and so forth by coordinating. That's my
Okay, Mike. Thank you. I'll pick up the last point first. Yeah, we really appreciate the amount of money available for the period authors or chapter leads is quite small, and I do appreciate that people that are working independently, not for an organisation, it won't be enough to cover the time required. And we do appreciate that a lot of this, we're still going to be relying on people volunteering their time. So that's a point very well made, Mike. But what I would suggest is that if any of you fall in that category where you would like to contribute but the money isn't enough, please do fill in the questionnaire and put that down on your form as being an issue for you. And we can certainly see if there's any other solutions to that. Okay, so please don't let that at least stop you from filling in the form to express your interest.
My final comment about that is that as these regional research things are phenomenally useful and phenomenally important on a professional and academic census, and they're really important. And it seems bizarre that archaeology as a discipline relies on people contributing outside their work sphere, whereas I've looked at a number of other research things, such as in physics and high-level physics, research in maths, research in modern ecology, which is also done on a regional basis, and all of those are governmental funded. And it seems disappointing that archaeology doesn't, especially as many of these things not only have research elements in it, but actually relate directly to development control and to people in development control just making decisions which have a phenomenally direct impact on what archaeology is being looked at and how we are addressing it. And that's not a criticism of this one, it's a criticism of the discipline as a whole. And I think it's very difficult to do so because it's phenomenally expensive to do so. But someone up there in the higher echelons needs to be bashing on doors for a decade to eventually facilitate that, because we've been running on this for a generation, 25 years. I remember doing a Hampshire one many years ago, and we're still in the same situation. I'm not saying that they're not good, but one or two people are starting to feel worn out as a result. But they are absolutely critical for the continuity.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. I entirely agree. And just back on that point of money, we are. I know it's not that much, but for each chapter author, but we are very, very appreciative of the grant, the substantial grant that we got from Historic England, because it was very hard fought for at a time where grant money from Historic England and other sources are very hard to get. So although we could argue we needed more, what we've got has allowed us to make a really good start on this, and at least to make a start on it, and it's been talked about for a long time. So, grateful for the position we are in now on this. Back to your first point about the Southwest region. The Southwest region is very well defined in this project scope, okay, and it's the region covered by the Association of Local Government Archaeology Officers for the Southwest, who are the client, if you like, for this project. And it's very clearly defined. Wiltshire is within that, and it was Wiltshire was covered in the last one. Although not very well, because my predecessor wasn't particularly interested or keen to get involved in it. So it wasn't kind of promoted as something that, certainly at the county council at the time, didn't really get involved in it in the way that other local authorities in the southwest did. So Wiltshire's definitely in it. It's very clearly defined that it is within all this project documentation. Any other questions at all?
Aren't any in the room now. I can't see the screen at the moment, so I don't know if there are any hands up.
I can't see any hands up, but if anybody's got any thoughts on it, do drop me an email or contact Nadia. But thank you for your time.
Oh, Amanda's put her hand.
It was just that obviously the World Heritage Site agenda we have discussed, and obviously this project is underway, and I know that Matt was thinking about trying to collect a group of people. I think just some thought as to the linkage between those two separate but very much related projects, I think would be a good one, because obviously the World Heritage Site Research Framework itself will be going into much more detail, although we don't have any kind of money or anything like that for that refresh. It was just really to raise that as a something that we need to think about.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, moving on. Asahrg research projects, David. Maybe.
No, we've covered that.
That's all done and done.
Yep.
Good. Well, you've done very well. Can I just ask, is Tom Booth online yet?
He should be here in person.
He's coming in person. Oh, that's good. Okay. Well, in which case,
taxi from Swindon Station.
Sorry?
He should be in a taxi on his way from Swindon Station.
Okay, good. Well, in which case you've all been done very well, and you've all earned yourself a few more minutes off. So what we'll do is we're at 11 now. Almost due to start talking at 11:40. So I suggest we reconvene at 11:30. Yep. What you got out of the group? I think that you
Yeah.
Can you imagine the wiped out?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, you're right.
Well, it'd be great to.
Yeah.
We might watch it advice.
Yes. A lot to be going. Thinking about it. Yeah. I'll be back to the lazy birthday to see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your help. Yeah, such a. Yeah, so actually, it's not emailed you about the position or we haven't get you the one very I'm just really we should like time because I was 1 year and I think that's really right. Oh, yeah. Technical side of that, she wants to pass.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
that's what but yeah, so coaching anyone who's close to my yeah. So socially,
Right, I'll put it in. So
essentially be good. We're trying, but there's a green who's the donor from. It's how it helps in that.
Yes, that was what we
From last year to
that was the last year.
maybe meet at the village hall and walk along the 6 just 80 months.
Because that
Yeah, I'll email you myself and the private class rate as well. It would be I imagine the latest, very latest we want to be doing 2 minutes.
All right. But the earthwork, I was looking online for stuff. About someone that's left from
That's what I was going to do.
what that oh, sure, yeah. I haven't on the classes on the way. Well, I'm down.
I can send it.
Yeah, on the no, I mean I don't know. I mean I probably wouldn't know. I don't know what I meant for certain, but I did. Yeah, well, and I don't know whether it's got delayed before I went and
there's someone a couple of years ago, they've written onto the edge saying I was involved in the barrow building project, and we flipped on that. So what was it? I'm interested. And
What about this
yeah, well, I think we lost the license.
but there was still one
so it's operation of the license.
which then subsequently I don't think the things that but also so
Yeah, I'm sure.
oh
I'm sure. Like I said, if you can't
I mean, obviously remember growing up there, people favour training next, training next about
And that's when
sorry?
so see the first
Yeah.
as like
Because I said to
Oh, great.
maybe new college. No, taught me to know.
Yeah, I think we.
Copy of ground level. One volt,
We
one.
just talked about the last 10 years.
Ground level was.
So if you have had a rough list of the insurance
People favour of frontage.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
But human nature would be
Yeah.
Yeah, we've taken a bit more time for the 10 years now. So we're not going to feel
Day 4 was
no training on it.
Ground level. And it was filmed, well, it wasn't everything. It ran out live. Oh yeah, on the place. It was all in the studio. I'm not. The only one required had some much was the excavation film. And they filmed it also in 1967. For my first with my friend, so I come up with a list of stuff, and so I happened to yesterday. I saw I we got that then. Because I think very a lot of chaps. I see that's still well. I find it. So yeah, the one episode and it's there and when we talk well, I mean they filmed it in '67 and then they gave me they burned it out. Obviously, what I'm quite happy. I mean, I get I don't suppose anybody here will have seen the boat. Yeah, will have seen the so I mean, I'm quite happy. I said, okay, I'm talking about it. I said, if anyone's like that, build it into it's on the sea, and we can see it here and look at it. It's and actually, after the launch, yeah, and that could be done. And you can see, I mean, people are shooting these things. Bloody good. And he, I mean, when you watch him, he drives the entire accuracy with knowledge powers. We've got the down and then it will say any story about that is so yeah. I didn't want to move forward. Yeah. Which is supposed to show it. I mean, of course, I haven't seen it. The time when we came back together again was I mean, what I always say is that for all the things for me, getting the art curriculum, it's kind of the drugs that he actually was. And they're the sure he hates exactly. That's exactly what everybody said. Yeah. Bit of sour grapes about it. Because I'm going to hang around.
Have you moved on to Newcastle?
Well, I know, but he was funny. His massive feelings but Mick was like in Oxford, he was up to and my figure well, fix me. Yeah, that's the thing. If you know, make them one of the great people. Yeah, that's I mean, they are so we track them stuff. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I mean, I'm constantly I've got a funeral Saturday and I feel I must go to. I'm going to meet a mate and I'm going to take him down. Yes. Oh, I mean, all those bits of, I mean, I love looking at Graham Leslie. You know, when you look at just some of those things. Geophysics, all that sort of thing. When you look at the geophysics, there's no yes, GPS in values on Well, funnily enough, I don't know where you're involved. Well, I don't know. Maybe we were told that. We were told that.
Phil runs. Oh, you don't want to display it?
Yeah.
Which one?
Oh, hi, Colin. You're all right.
Yeah.
It is Wilkes Museum Tour.
Cool.
Okay, everyone, can we reassemble? A little bit longer than you'll see now, so crack on. Everyone online here. White faces. Oh. Location of the day is your top booth. How to make the project results from the A3 and survey environment.
Thanks very much, and sorry to keep you all waiting. And sorry I was here late.
Yeah, bang on time.
Yes, it was only on time because we switched it around because of my misunderstanding. So it's good we can continue. There we go. So this is a little preamble. Obviously, probably many of you are aware that there's been a huge explosion in ancient DNA research over the last 15 years or so. And that's largely down to technology that this type of DNA sequencing, next generation sequencing, came along. And that essentially, about 2007, meant that it became a lot cheaper to sequence DNA. And that was accompanied by advances in extraction techniques. That is, the DNA that we get out of ancient remains is split up into tiny little fragments. So if you think of the human genome is 3 billion letters long. If you think of the sequence being made up of these little letters, and all those letters inside your body all join together, but they break up pretty much as soon as you start to die. And so as you die, and those little fragments, we need to do special techniques in order to extract those fragments. So the combination of these advances in the extraction of ancient DNA and also the sequencing have meant that it's become, over the last 15 years or so, a much more viable prospect than it used to be back in the day. And at the Crick Institute, we've had this well-confronted project since 2019, where we've been trying to sequence the DNA of at least 1,000 people who lived in Britain over the last 10,000 years. And actually, we've already way surpassed that. We're probably up to about 3,000 people now. And the idea of that is to track at a very broad scale, because the Francis Crick Institute is primarily a biomedical research centre. The sort of broad sweep is to look at genetic variants that are linked to particular medical conditions and look at how they change through time to see whether certain conditions are as a result of changes in lifestyle and human adaptation to different diseases and things. But I mean, obviously within that, we'll also get information on genetic ancestry, how individuals are related to each other, and also any diseases that were infecting the person when they died, potentially, depending on preservation. I mean, the pathogens part, the diseases that were infecting the people, is particularly interesting because if we have the human DNA as well, we can essentially map the arms race between the human immune system and the sort of genetics of the diseases as it develops through time. So we get to see evolution of both things in real time to understand these broader problems of understanding the broader questions of how humans in Britain have adapted genetically to different lifestyles and different diseases. And that's technically, that project is finished, but the project where we're just sequencing human remains from Britain continues, and we're going to continue probably sequencing pretty much anything that is from Britain and is ancient for the foreseeable future, because, well, there's a couple of reasons really. That Britain has the UK Biobank, which is the largest open database of genetic information in the world. So by having this is almost like a UK Biobank, but going back all the way into prehistory. So it's sort of the perfect conditions in which to look at these sort of biomedically relevant things. But also because of our archaeology sector, there's no shortage of human remains in this country to sequence. And the most recent output of this, I won't go into great detail about this, but it's worth mentioning, has been this preprint. So it's not published yet, but it's been posted as a preprint, which is sort of a pre-publication release of the paper, of 1,039 ancient human genomes from Britain, largely dating to the first millennium CE AD, but includes 200 mainly Iron Age dating to prehistory. And the sort of headlines of that, just to digress slightly, are firstly, matrilineal organisation of some Iron Age cemeteries ends with the Roman period. But in the Roman period, we don't necessarily see much shift in the ancestry of people living in Britain, but what we do see is that through the Iron Age, we get these regional clusters of relatedness. So people are largely having children with other people who live close to them. So you get these clusters, this structure of people in different regions of Britain. With the Romans, that gets totally broken up, and it seems to largely be driven by urban centres attracting people from rural areas, and then it sort of mashes up all of the ancestry that was there. In the urban centres and sometimes in the rural centres, we see people with ancestry from different parts of the empire. But generally speaking, they form a minority of the overall population and then don't really contribute any ancestry to the population going then into the early medieval period. In the early medieval period, from the 6th century CE or so AD, we've got evidence for a complex series of migrations through the 6th, 7th, 8th, even into the 9th centuries of people from continental Europe bringing different kinds of ancestors from continental Europe. And there's, in Wiltshire, and particularly around this area, it's quite mixed because to some extent there's continuity of the Roman groups. In other places, there's this continental ancestry of different sorts coming in. So, and it seems like that as time goes by, that continental ancestry becomes more pervasive across the further west that you go. So it's kind of what you would expect, really, apart from the source of this continental ancestry are quite diverse. There seems to be some Southern European ancestry, Central European ancestry, as well as ancestry from sort of the Northern European plain in there. And as far as we can say, but it's difficult because all of these different groups genetically are quite closely related to one another. There doesn't seem to be much genetic impact of Viking Age movements, but there's some caveats to that because of genetic relationships. And I thought I'd just mention this briefly because I thought it could be relevant here that part of this was some of the human remains from the Pitt Rivers excavations that are in the museum in Salisbury, and there was some from Bockley Dyke and Cranbourne Chase, and we noticed that there was quite a division in the ancestry of the people buried at this site. Some of them seem to have this. We assumed that they were all Roman, but some seem to have this Central European continental ancestry signature, whereas some seem to have this signature associated with Roman Britain and Iron Age Britain. So we got them radiocarbon dated, and essentially, well, out of those three that we dated, it completely tracked the ancestry. That on a single site you have the evidence of this ancestry change. That the one with the Roman era ancestry dates to the Roman period, but the other two were sort of hitting this conquest period here and had the continental Central European ancestry. We also dated one from woodcuts as well, which was, as expected, Roman too. But it means that I think these are some of the first absolute dates that have been gotten from those particular cemeteries, despite them being excavated for obviously over 100 years now, I think, nearly. So just to give the general background of the questions that we wanted to answer by sampling some of the material, particularly from this museum. Again, many of you might be aware that the ancient DNA studies that have looked at Britain around the Neolithic transition have found that there's a big change over a few hundred years of the genetic ancestry of people living in Britain, that there are migrations of people carrying ancestries from continental Europe. But then there is also evidence of the coexistence and mixture of communities, and particularly in Western Scotland. But I mean, the sense that I get is that this is happening in several different places, but because the descendants of Mesolithic communities are relatively small in size, we don't really see it in the genetic data. And so it could be that the two groups, the incoming farmers or the incoming groups from continental Europe and local people derived from the hunter-gatherers, mixed completely, but over several hundred years, the Mesolithic population just have little genetic contribution despite mixing completely, just because they maintain lower population sizes generally. And in terms of relatives, which is one of the other things that we look at, despite this incredible example, which again I'm sure you're aware of, that Hazelton North cairn, which is sort of an ideal situation because it was, I think, completely excavated by Alan Saville, but also when they were doing the DNA analysis, they just kept sequencing more bones until they only got results back that were from the same individuals. So essentially they got a minimum number of information for the minimum number of individuals genetically within the tomb. So to some extent, this has been done to exhaustion, and that shows in the fact that they can reconstruct this vast, elaborate genealogy where you can see that most people who are in the tomb are descended from this one man. This man had children with 4 different women, where people were buried in the tomb from the later generations, depended on their descent from one of these 4 different women. Some of these women also had children with other men, and then the male children from those relationships also are in the tomb, so seem to be adopted into the sort of patriline of this tomb. But then you also have a group of people who seem not to be related to anybody in the genealogy either. So you have this because of people having children with multiple people, you have this preponderance of half siblings, and this evidence of adoption. But that's not necessarily universal across tombs in Britain, and it's quite clear that the issue is that we don't have many others where we have such an absolute sample. But even those where we have a few from a single tomb, we're not getting the same pattern that we would expect. In some cases, there's nobody, for instance, in Isbister and Orkney, there's no genetic relatives at all. I think there's 16 individuals sampled from there. There's no close genetic relatives. Again, in the tombs, some of the tombs, early Neolithic tombs in Ireland, similarly, you might get 1 or 2 more distant relatives, but you don't get the evidence for the extensive genealogies that you see in Hazelton, particularly. So it seems like that. I'm sure that there are others that we use like Hazelton, that the tombs are being used in different ways by different communities. They're not always being used the same way, and they're not always sort of housing particular families or genealogies. But what we need is, and part of the sampling that we did here was to try to get more dense sampling from single tombs to try and establish how often it is that you have a Hazelton pattern, and how often it is that it's more like these Pulnabrun, these other tombs where there seems to just be a looser genetic relationship. Moving on to sort of the Chalcolithic Bronze Age, again, you get another ancestry change associated with beaker using communities in continental Europe, and more recently the source of that ancestry has been refined more to the Rhine-Meuse Delta, although you do also get evidence for migration of people from other parts of continental Europe that are kind of more a minor stream of migration into Britain. For instance, the Amesbury Archer. But again, over 300 years or so, this results in a large-scale shift in the ancestry of people living in Britain. And between this period, between around 2500 and 2300 or 2200 BC, you have to some extent the coexistence of these beaker-using groups and people who are in some way who are descended from Bruce-ware using groups of the late Neolithic populations of Britain, similar to what you see in the earlier stage with the Mesolithic and Neolithic populations. So again, in terms of the ancestry for both periods, it's about trying to get on a more granular level of that ancestry and figure out where potentially communities from the earlier periods are surviving, to what extent they're mixing with the migrants, and what kind of sites they appear on. And again, a bit like the Neolithic, the patterns of genetic relatives that have been found at Beaker and early Bronze Age sites have been inconsistent. Again, genetic relatives are infrequent. and we see them between sites as well as within them. So this is a paper I worked on with Joe Brook, where you can see this pattern of genetic relatives distributed through across 3 different sites. So you have Wilsford G54, who's either the grandfather or either the uncle or the grandfather of these 2 burials, these cousins, paternal cousins that were buried at Amesbury Down, who are actually buried next to each other as well. So that relationship is being referenced. And then the daughter of one of those Amesbury Down burials was buried at Porton Down. So sort of slightly counterintuitively, to some extent, we're getting just as many relationships between sites as we are within sites as well. And there are a few others that do have relationships that are on the same site, but it's not necessarily happening so often that you can say that this is a overriding organizational theme to that it's about family and lineage to these cemeteries. What's also interesting is some of the individual. The other thing that we can do with the DNA is look at people whose parents were closely related to one another. So essentially, the product of consanguineous relationships, and all of all the burials that have been analysed from Britain, there are, I think, 2 that show evidence that their parents were first cousins, and they're both sort of within this landscape. So there seems to be some kind of social organisation in this particular landscape that's making marriage or having children between closer kin more socially acceptable than in other places, it would seem. And maybe that has something to do with inheritance. I thought I'd just mention the Stonehenge Archer as well, which is this burial that was recovered from the ditch around Stonehenge and was accompanied by these arrowheads, which has been a bit of a debate recently about whether he was shot by them or whether he was buried with them. But because this is one of the few unburnt burials from Stonehenge, and because of the circumstances in which he might have died, there was always this sort of debate about whether he's from the local Neolithic population or whether he was descended from beaker-using groups. But the ancestry analysis that we've done so far suggests he's totally descended from beaker-using groups, that this wasn't some encounter or conflicts between necessarily between grooved ware and beaker-using groups around Stonehenge, and then he was executed by beaker-using groups. It seems like he himself was part of these groups in terms of his ancestry, at least. So again, that adds a bit of clarity to what's happening there, and adds more to a picture that from a very early period, these beaker-using groups are using earlier monuments to do things on, sometimes bury the dead, but other things as well, and seem to, one way or another, either appropriate them or incorporate them into their worldview. There's a sort of similar burial at Arborough, not what looks to be executed, but one that's buried in the middle of the Arborough Stone Circle in Derbyshire, and the result is similar to this one as well. So I'll start with, I'll go into now the samples that we've taken from the collections here, and the results that we've got back so far. To give you a sense, I'll stress that this is preliminary, and Emma Beeling-Kelly, who's pictured here, she's run this relative analysis that it's a preliminary relative analysis that identifies relatives up to 1st or 2nd degree, but not beyond that. So when I talk about relatives here, there might be more distant relationships at some of the sites that we're talking about that we haven't been able to pick up on yet, but will in future. And we've had quite a lot of success. I think we did around 100 burials from the collections here, pretty much all prehistoric. And these are some of the results. This isn't all the results, but some of the results that have come back as particularly interesting. So one of the places we wanted to sample was obviously West Kennet Long Barrow, and we sampled 18 different people from here. So 8 males, 8 females, where we could define sex. So the reason why that's less than 18 is because there was 2 individuals where the DNA was too poorly preserved to assess sex. But there was 10, so equal, at least in the data that we have, representation of males and females. There are 10 where the data is good enough for this sort of rudimentary relatedness analysis, but we didn't pick up any genetic relatives less than 3rd degree, so no 1st or 2nd degree relationships. But obviously, when we go back to it and do more detailed analysis, we might find more. But what the interesting pattern was is that there were repeating maternal lineages, so these what we call mitochondrial haplogroups, because your mitochondrial DNA is passed down from your mother, so effectively represents your maternal lineage. So there does, a bit like Hazelton, seem to be hints of a maternal pattern at West Kennet, but it's going to take those more distant connections, resolving those more distant connections to figure out what it means, if it means anything at all. You can also do this with the Y chromosome in males to look at the paternal lineage. The problem is that there's a lot lower paternal lineage diversity than there is maternal lineage. So when you get everyone with a similar paternal lineage in a tomb, it's less meaningful than when everyone has the maternal lineage. But again, it's something that we can that we'll look into. But at the very least, we have quite a bit of data now from West Kennet, so we'll be able to explore these things in more detail. And there are hints. I mean, it might be that West Kennet turns out to be not organised in the same way that Hazelton is, but maybe more like these ones that only every now and again have a particular relative. But let's see. Also, Millbarrow, we looked at sampled 17 individuals from Millbarrow, Winterburn, Moncton. 11 were adequate quality to assess sex, and they come back as 8 male, 3 female, so a bias towards male. Again, no close genetic relatives amongst those 11. But again, it's very similar to West Kennet. You do have these repeated mitochondrial lineages, but the people with these mitochondrial lineages are not close genetic relatives to one another. They could be sort of 3rd degree relatives, 4th degree, 5th degree, 6th degree on the maternal line. But we'll need to investigate that in more detail again when we get a more distant relationship. So still, it's promising, and it could still potentially fit the Hazelton pattern, but we'll have to wait and see. So Landhill, Long Barrow, things get a bit more interesting. So there's 6. We sampled 6 individuals, 5 males and 1 female, 5. So again, male bias, 5 adequate quality for relatedness, and so we have 2nd degree relationships between one of them, C28, and these are all in sort of the as you can see in that picture of the sort of chamber there, you have sort of a pile of individuals sort of moved to one side, and then that articulated individual next to it. We didn't sample the articulated individual because these are the Duckworth laboratory, but hopefully we will in future. But in this sort of bundle out of those 5 individuals, you had this one individual, C28, who's a 2nd degree relative of individual 2, and also a 2nd degree relative of individual 3, but with different maternal lineages. So this would suggest that they're related probably more likely on their paternal lineage. So it could still be that C28 is related to, so individual 2 and 3 are related, but just 3rd degree. So one, for instance, configuration that could explain this is that C28 is the paternal uncle of individual 2 and individual 3, which makes them cousins, but we wouldn't pick up on the cousin relationship because that's a 3rd degree relationship. But certainly suggests that here you do have potentially genetic relationships defining, or at least social relationships underpinned by genetic relationships that's defining who's ending up in this particular tomb. What we also found was that one bone, which was labelled C1, was identical to a mandible found at Bowlesbarrow. And the question here is whether that's genuine and that it could well be that one bone has been moved from one tomb to another tomb, or I've made a mistake and it's been mislabeled, so I need to investigate this one with with Lisa and look to see. I noticed that actually the bones from Bowlesbarrow are kind of see something in lower numbers, where the ones from Landhill that see something are sort of higher numbers. So I wonder whether this one is, that mandible is genuinely from Bowlesbarrow. But I wouldn't necessarily rule out the possibility that bones are being moved between tombs as well. So yeah, that's one to investigate, but it's still interesting. And then yeah, sort of even more slightly exciting, Bowlesbarrow itself, 9 individuals, 6 male, 3 female, all adequate for relatedness. We found a mother, father, son triad within Bowlesbarrow, although all others on there were unrelated either to these 3 or to one another. So again, clearly an indication that you might have something more akin to Hazelton here, where your membership of a particular genealogy is affecting you being interred, although we'll have to see if all those other individuals, when we look at more distant relationships, are completely unrelated to each other. And it seems like it's something else potentially that's going on at Bowlesbarrow, but we'll have to see when we do the more distant relationships. But again, is indicating that it has something to do with, these relationships have something to do with interment in these tombs. So moving on to the Bronze Age, in terms of genetic relatedness, I mean, one of the things we wanted to look at, and obviously the collections here are potentially good for, is looking at this idea that when you get the linear organisation of long barrows, whether this is specifically to do with lineage. And at least in this analysis, it's because it's preliminary, we can't go beyond second degree, it's sort of limited in some ways in that we would have to be looking and catch the ones that happen to be directly descended from one another. But the ones that we got, the sort of barrow cemetery that we've got the most individuals from is Snail Down. With 10 individuals sampled across different barrows, as well as in some cases people from within the same barrow. That's 5 male and 5 female. So yeah, equal representation of the sexes in the samples that we've got. One individual from Snail Down, 15, we found has Klinefelter syndrome, and this is when you have an extra X sex chromosome. So conventionally, men have an XY chromosome, women have an XX chromosome, but you get people who have what are called chromosome aneuploidies, where they have an extra sex chromosome. It's not that uncommon, really. We found one individual within the barrow that had Klinefelter's, which is the most common sex chromosome aneuploid that you find. It's XXY. And it's slightly uncertain whether this would have had any effect. Most people who have Klinefelter syndrome don't know they have it, and there's very little physical manifestation that they have it. But it sometimes might be useful to look at the context, because the way that it can affect a person's body might have affected the way that they were perceived in society. So it's, again, something that's worthy of further investigation. There's a possible mother and infant also in Snail Down 15, which I think were buried together, but the data from those two is so poor, we can't confirm it for sure. It's just that they have the same maternal lineage, and I think they were buried together as well. So, that's the way that we would go. I mean, alternatively, they could be maternal relatives in different ways, like aunt and niece, or grandmother and granddaughter. But unfortunately, the DNA is not good enough to say anything more than that at the moment. Well, probably not from those, because the preservation was quite bad. Woolsford South Barrow Cemetery as well, that 4 individuals that we have from here, from different barrows, 2 males and 2 females. Again, no genetic relatives within 3rd degree. 2 female burials from including 2 female burials that were buried at the same barrow in G36. In fact, I think one of these was sexed as female, but actually the genetic sex suggests that they're male. So that's also sort of correcting an osteological sex as well. The final one, Bishop's Canning. So if it was all consistently unrelated, then that would be unusual for this kind of study, where everything just seems to be quite inconsistent. So again, 5 individuals sampled, 4 female, 1 male, 4 put in for related analysis, and 2 of them, a female and a male, turned out to be 2nd degree relatives in the same maternal lineage, so related on their maternal line at Bishop's Canning. Again, everybody else that we looked at, genetically unrelated to 3rd degree. So there seems to be at one of these barrows. Again, we need to drill down and figure out exactly which barrow, whereabouts in the barrow they were buried, and whether they were in G61 or G62, how they're related to each other, they're maternally related to each other, whether that's likely to be whether they're sort of half siblings with the same mother, or an aunt and her niece, or an aunt and her nephew, or a grandmother and a grandson. We need to look at the ages of death and things to figure that out. But again, it kind of chimes with what has been found earlier, that yes, every now and again you do get people that are genetic related, and that this does sometimes influence the decision to bury people in particular areas, but it's certainly not a universal thing. And it's weak at the moment because of this the limitations of the relatedness analysis, but there doesn't seem to be much evidence for strictly these viral symmetries being linked to specific families or lineages in that way. Although, yeah, more results might complicate that idea. West Overton as well. It's similar to what we had before. Again, sort of predominance of males, foregoing for relatedness analysis, but no genetic relatives over third degree and no repeat paternal or maternal lineages. So again, these ones don't seem to be particularly concerned with lineage as at least lineage in a way that's linked to genetics in a way that is reflected in the genetics there. So in future, what we're going to do is more sequencing and get more data out of some of these samples because the DNA, broadly speaking, was pretty good. Analysis of these more distant genetic relationships, so going beyond sort of second degree to third, fourth, fifth, even sixth degree and beyond sixth degree, and through these and establishing these distant patterns of genetic connectedness, what's known as identity by descent, second sharing or IBD sharing. We'll also do the pathogen analysis to see if we can find any infectious disease in any of these individuals, as well as the very fine scale ancestry analysis to look at sort of these questions of migration and mixing between local and incoming populations. Thanks very much for listening. I hope that was somewhat satisfying. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom, and thank you for being so well into the time frame. I really appreciate that. I guess we can have a little bit of time. I mean, it's probably late for we have our finance meeting. I might just compress a bit of the later agenda. I'm sure a lot of that will skip over. So we give ourselves 5 minutes for questions for now. Should we start within the room? Who would like to ask the first question? Ross.
Did I understand you to say that you are going to be sampling new material?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you sort of are you thinking about human remains that are not necessarily in the barrows but are contemporary? I'm thinking particularly of, say, Windmill Hill, because there's always been this sort of feeling that some of the bones from West Kennet are being removed.
Right, I see.
Windmill Hill, so it'd be really interesting. And there's both there were isolated long bones and skulls from Windmill.
Yes, yeah, definitely. And frankly, the project's still going. If it's from Britain and it's old, then there's justification for us to look at it at the moment. While we're still funded and going. I'd say the focus of the project's largely been on sort of shifted more towards post-Neolithic for complicated reasons to do with because there's a big ancestry change. It's harder to look at selection in the Neolithic people, but definitely we're still interested and we can look at more. We're slightly avoiding causeway enclosures as well because we knew that another project was trying to get funding to look at specifically bones from causeway enclosures too. So it was kind of more like trying to be polite and not treading their toes because it was more important to them to look at bones from causeway enclosures than it was to us. But definitely we could because, I mean, because it's an interesting question because at Whitehawk, the causeway enclosure in Brighton, that's the only causeway enclosure where we have DNA from human remains. And then it was from a woman and 2 children in a pit whose disarticulated remains were put in there. And they were all, it was a mother and I think 2 children in there. And it could be something specific to the causeway enclosure, but say, for instance, you had a tomb nearby that had a similar arrangement to Hazleton, you would know where you would go to collect those particularly related people and put them in a pit somewhere else. So it would also make sense that it's sort of tied into the long barrows as well.
It sort of makes sense because you could tie it together if it is. And also, sorry, quick supplementary on West Kennet. Did I understand you to say that you might be able to get into the ductwork because
yes, so
the West Chamber material I think is in the ductwork, and the West Chamber is really interesting because it's rather different to the other.
So we've been given permission to sample things from the Duckworth. It's just arranging the time, and also there's other projects that we want to do on Duckworth collections that aren't the British prehistory stuff. I mean, I'm primarily interested in the British prehistory stuff. But yeah, so we should eventually do and be able to link up the genetics from both. And I wouldn't be surprised if we end up having the same individuals and be able to reunite individuals and see how they were distributed through the tomb and how the remains have been distributed as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Next question, right.
One question and one quick point. What was the sort of nature of the groomed work population which the Beaker people then overtook? What was their genetic? Cool.
So, well, it's hard to say for sure because we don't have that many samples. And actually, we have a lot of samples pre 3000 BC, but very few post 3000. And one of the samples that we took from here was the one from Mill Barrow that dates to the late Neolithic. But slightly irritatingly, technical reasons that we haven't got the DNA to work that. I'm really hoping that we can carry on working with that sample and get it to work because that will be a good one. But I mean, for instance, we have, this is a bit earlier, the DNA from the Burton Agnes triple burial, which is kind of between 300, 3000 BCE. And their ancestry is more or less continuous, and we don't see any of the sort of Beaker. Well, I mean that kind of ancestry is not even in Western Europe at that point, so you wouldn't expect it to be. There are one or two people that date to that period. There's one from Totty Pot, which I think has been done. It's very poor quality, but it's enough to say that it's one individual. It's only one individual, but it's enough to largely say it's continuous in terms of their ancestry with the earlier Neolithic period. But yeah, I mean, it's still a big issue. And again, with us carrying on sampling stuff from Britain, one of my ambitions is to try to get as much as possible. I mean, there isn't much, but as much as possible from that 3000 to 2500 BC period. It's just annoying that they decided to burn everyone.
My second point is
sorry, Mike. I'll just get out.
Sorry, yeah.
Sorry, this is way outside the World Heritage Site in Wiltshire. Well, not that far. Having looked at Hassel to North, are there any plans to look at Ascot's?
Yeah, I'd like to. Again, I mean,
the similarity in closeness.
Yeah, and because there's so much material from there as well, it seems like an obvious thing to do. And I would imagine that there's probably links between the people that are in either of those barrows. And I mean, it'd be interesting to see if it's a case of they were interconnected or that sort of a group sort of budded off and started it. You should be able to distinguish between those two things, potentially depending on how sort of the generations work. How generationally they're entangled. Are they sort of parallel with one another, or is one descended from the other? Yeah, that's a good idea, and it has been on my mind. It's just time.
Amanda, quickly. You're on mute.
Hi. Oh, it was just really a quick comment, really. I mean, this is fantastic work. Is just to make sure that, it's properly captured in the ongoing work for the research frameworks, because this is a kind of completely sea change from the last volumes, which were done in 2007 or 8 or whenever it was. So, all scientific techniques that have changed so much, ought to be factored into the new research frameworks. I'm sure they are, but I'm just emphasizing that it's such an important change and updates.
Apologies to everybody. I'm going to have to go to the last question, Mike.
Okay, just a quick point. It's quite interesting that Alistair pulled out another long barrow, another
Yes.
We did some work on that. What was also interesting, I noticed that you had a genetic thing with one that was snailed down from the Bronze Age. A large proportion of the war barrow individuals had genetic anomalies in their human remains. So one of them had a disease which hit a web net. One of them had a disease which had long fingers that looked like Abe Lincoln. So then the question is, are these people special? So were they revered or were they reviled? And that may also, yes, because if they're getting different disease, the linearity may not be there in terms of their relationship, but they may be there for different reasons. That therefore has a significant cultural impact as well as that. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because then that would be a big contrast to Hazelton. And so you would say that these things that we're treating as the same are actually being used for very different.
That strikes me as being really quite exciting.
Yes.
It means that we're not just giving everything the same umbrella interpretation, they're all individual monuments with individual narratives.
Yeah, exactly. And that's this to be honest, if I was going to get a sense just from other Bronze Age monuments as well, it's that there seems to be particular things that happen locally that is influencing them being built. So, and that it's more, there's probably a core idea of why you build a barrow in a particular circumstance, but then exactly what happens that instigates that is very specific and has its own reasons. I'm thinking of this one in Cumbria in Levens Park, where there's initially a small cairn with a man placed in it, and then a few years later, so maybe 100, well, it can't be 100 years later, but a few years later, you get a bigger round cairn that has 3 women buried in it. One of the women is the granddaughter of the man that was in this first cairn, and one of those women, at least maybe all of them, had probably died of plague. So it's whether, there you have a narrative where, is it something about that this person died of plague and other people, and that triggered this idea that we have to build something to, this is a situation where we build this and it's got something to do also with this man who was buried earlier because it's one of his relatives who presumably was important in society. So I think potentially looking for these overarching, there might be overarching vague rules, but then why things get built seems to be much more specific.
I think it's really important to start looking at individual narratives, because some of those narratives seem to be on a familial basis, but some of them can be on a social basis. People met in society. That's really the way excellent.
Okay, well, thank you, Tom. I'm really sorry that we could talk about this for about another hour. Unfortunately, because of the way things are happening today at the museum, we don't have that time. So thank you, Tom. You're brilliant.
That's all right, my pleasure. Thank you.
Round of applause again. Okay, back to the standard stuff, I'm afraid. Other agenda items. Any other updates, including proposed field work, field visits over the summer? Anybody want to contribute?
Could I just say, if nobody is contributing, that I think that Josh said that he was going to try and dig at Cheryl again, and if you want, I can try and chase up whether we can have a field trip.
Okay, that sounds great. That's another brilliant site. Museum updates, David. Anything to add?
To all go with the project. Tender for the main build probably going out in late summer, early autumn. Start on site early new year. Finish 2030. It's great.
Research again. I think we've done this to death today. Does anybody have anything extra to add? I certainly don't have anything to add at the moment. Okay, monitoring issues.
Could I just raise something if nobody else is raising something? It's a query, really.
Yeah.
I was driving past Vespasian's camp about a month ago, and I saw a lot of tree felling, and I wondered whether people knew about that. That was all it was, just because obviously, if you're felling inside a hill fort, it can be quite tricky if it's not done in the correct way. I just wanted to make sure that people knew about it.
Right, we do get consulted on tree felling. Probably that's towards the end of Roland's time, so I'll double check on that a moment.
It's actually north or south.
Opposing
both sides.
Good question. I'll go for it.
Maybe south.
Mostly south. Yeah. Most of the side, is it?
It's south.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'll go back and find out what Roland said about that. If we got consulted, we don't always get consulted.
I think he was. Yeah. And have
we
a
did.
Conversation and talking with as well.
Oh, good. Okay. Thanks, Claire.
Thank you.
From recent research, Phil, is your story under embargo, or do you want to share it?
No. I mean, some people know that we've got a solstitial alignment at Bulford, and it was announced. I was given the pleasure and the privilege of being able to announce it at the Wiltshire conference. With the idea or the request that people did not use social media. Obviously, from Wessex's point of view, it is quite a big story,
that we want to make a biggest impact at. And on Tuesday, Matt Lever, myself, and Wynne were at Stonehenge getting some preliminary footage for the big launch. So that will be, I think that's due for the 18th of June, about then. I don't know what happens, why we go for the 18th of June. Nothing happens in June, let's be honest. Yeah, if we can steal some of the thunder from the main solstitial alignment at Stonehenge, we were quite happy to do that. But yeah, I mean, we're really are building up to that now. I think it will be quite a big launch if it goes ahead. Well, not if it goes ahead. It is clearly, we're relying on everybody just to keep quiet about it, please. I know what social media is. I hate it. But yeah, that's it. It seems to be worth pursuing. So thanks, Wynne. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
Can I come back to Amanda's Vespasian's camp thing, because I think it was Amanda that told me that as far as Fox Cowick is concerned, because the replanting was following a felling, that there wasn't an environmental impact assessment needed for the replanting because they were just replacing.
Right.
Which is a loophole, which means that if trees were planted wrongly in the first place, it can just carry on.
Right. Okay.
So that is something that
we need to look into that.
I will hopefully get to with the Forestry Commission people.
Yeah. Okay, I'll check that. As I said, that must have been during Roman's time, so I put it down. Right. Anybody else?
No.
Okay. Is there any other business? Moving on.
I've got one.
Yes.
To a member of the public on that nasty social media raised that there's a lot of mole activity at Windmill Hill. I haven't been in the sun, but apparently they noticed it because there are a lot of people picking up what they call fines.
We have.
I mean, it's prehistoric old stuff. It's not.
We have regular mold control, but we also have monitoring of what's in the mold room.
Oh, sure. It's just that,
yeah,
this stuff plays up online.
Yeah.
Sorry, there was another hand raised.
Yeah, I should have said earlier, Julian Richards has been releasing a whole set of films about the story of Stonehenge.
I have seen them, yes. Anybody else? Sorry, I think anybody else seen Julian's films?
Yeah. It's prompted me to go to West Woods this afternoon after this. If anybody would like to join me?
I'd love to. Unfortunately, work gets in the way. Amanda, did you want to say something? No. Okay. Fine. Okay. The date of the next meeting. I presume that's going to be October time. Is that right, Amanda? Somewhere around there. Can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. I'll come off mute. Yeah, it's usually around October.
Okay. Probably a little early. So it's usually Friday. Are we doing middle of the month or end of the month?
I think it, it's just when people can fit it in. I don't think there's anything in particular, and I will try and sort out a field trip over the summer.
Okay. Well, should we suggest the 23rd for now, and then we can take it.
That's half term.
Half term,
which the very first, so may not go down well with some people. If you want to hear we got something up. Well, I've got. No, it could be here on the 9th, 2nd or 9th.
Okay.
Which one?
Or 30th.
9th of October.
October.
That sounds very good at the moment.
Oh, sorry, 30th is school holidays as well. So 2nd or 9th would work.
We should say the 9th for the most, man.
Actually, or 16th. Yeah. 2nd, 9th, 5th, 16th.
I don't know who's chair next. merry-go-round there. I'm your man.
W, can I interrupt?
Yes,
I think the question of the venue probably ought to come in because, well,
yes, of course.
because I, for instance, talked to Matt about with Wessex now moving into its new offices that we might meet at Wessex.
Do they have something in their collection new facilities for us to go to? So, of course, there's no questions. So, your new gas, is there somewhere we have a meeting? Is there like a
examination?
Yeah.
We probably could. I mean, I don't control those things.
Wow,
I'm sure we've got enough room there for.
Yeah, you might have a bar.
And, you know, and obviously the is to ask them. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Is there a park? There is a amount of it.
Yeah, pretty well. I don't know. Well, the only time I went there, there seemed to be a lot of parking. Right, it's a good day.
Sometimes it's very full, sometimes it's not empty.
Depends how busy Pizza Hut is. I don't know.
Could we establish a date and then we'll try and work out a venue?
Okay, we'll say the 9th, Amanda.
Okay, thank you.
And if we can manage Wessex, I mean that's it's handy for the A303. Okay. Almost made it on time, well done, guys. Therefore, oh, hang on, there's one big question. Yes.
Hi.
Can't hear you. Sorry.
A new polysoir has appeared on Fifield Down. Has been discovered.
Still can't hear you.
Sorry, Steve.
I think Steve is saying that the new polysoir details are in the chat. Is that right, Steve?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Right, anybody else? Okay, bring this meeting to an end and be into our final presentation, Build a Barrow from college.
Right, this has been mentioned at a previous meeting, and I thought, well, it's good a time to go repeat. I've been looking at some of the origins. And if David could give me my first slide. I don't know what's happening at the top of that. That's my quick PowerPoint.
It'll disappear in a moment.
You can see how quickly this is done because it's still got bullet points on it that I couldn't get rid of. So this is a photograph of the near completion of the Overton Down experimental earthwork, 1960, summer, built with volunteers. It was originally funded by the British Association for the Advancement of Science. If we go on to the next one, this is what it looks like now, with the cattle having been able to get in and break down what was the soil cover over the ditch. And you can see there are scrubby trees growing up. Go to the next, please. And this is where cattle are trampling and the fence is down, and this is all part of the problem with Nick Croxton is supposed to be sorting out a management agreement for. Next one, please, David. It was filmed. I think I know who did the filming, but if people are interested, we'll talk about that later. But Ray Sutcliffe, whose card is the one with the top folded back, came across this with possibly in the archive of the person who made the film. It says vinegar syndrome, keep insulated. It's an cellulose acetate safety film, but the acetate's breaking down, so you've got acetic acid there. So very fortunately, Ray Sutcliffe had it digitised, and what I'm going to show you is therefore the digital copy. It's called Build a Barrow. It was actually filmed by people in the Department of Forestry in Oxford. The connection there, I'll possibly come to the next slide. Peter Jewell was, and for his career, an animal behaviour scientist based in the zoology department at Cambridge. The people he was in contact with in the forestry department in Oxford were also animal behaviour people, and they were getting into the filming of this, particularly at the insect level. Perforce, person who did the filming, wasn't shown, but Paul Aspie, he wasn't filming himself. If we go to the next, Paul Aspie's archive, which I've been trying to distribute to various people, in it had his photographs of the person filming with the 16mm Bolex camera. You can see on the left the stage at which he was doing the filming. Next. This is probably the best image of him, and I think I might identify him, but I have a problem there. Next. Next may well be a blank. No, so we're there, and we now go on to the film. That's not the film. I'd be interested, not necessarily in general discussion, as to your reaction to this film, which, a reminder, is 1960, the way it's presented, and what the 1960s look like. But also, it's got this additional information of what the landscape was looking like, particularly centre of Avebury, en passant. There's no introduction, possibly because the beginning of the film would be unscannable.
Sounded as high as it can go.
1950s.
Marlborough is a small town in North Wiltshire, a district extremely rich in archaeological remains.
Just said it's as high as it will go.
So high as it will go.
There is a lot of evidence of the activities of prehistoric man on the downs near Marlborough. Today, this windswept country provides rough sheep grazing, but much of the area has long ago been ploughed up, leaving very few of the actual remains still visible. These mounds are called tumuli, or barrows, and they were built about 3,000 years ago. They were the tombs of some important Bronze Age people. Nearby is Silbury Hill, the largest man-made monument in Britain. It has a huge ditch round it, but this has completely silted up. One of the things that puzzles archaeologists is how this silting took place. This avenue of large sarsen stones is supposed to be a processional way leading to the religious centre of Avebury. Avebury today is a village standing in the middle of a large circular ditch and bank, which also has marking it some very large sarsen stones. Standing inside the circle, you can see these enormous stones arranged in small rings. The bank and ditch are very large indeed. From the top of the bank to the bottom of the ditch is about 55 feet. Most of the ditch has silted up, but it was excavated by Keeler some years ago and restored to its original form. The sarsen stones are believed to have come from the downs nearby. In fact, the actual place where we were going to build our experimental ancient tomb, or barrow as it is called. When we'd built it, we would be able to find out more about how these earthworks change with the course of time. how the ditches silt up, and how the banks denude and weather away. The place chosen to put the earthwork was Overton Down near Avebury. It's a nature reserve and is composed of chalk downland with a thin soil immediately overlying the chalk rock. We set up our camp with enough tents to shelter 50 school children, students, and other amateur archaeologists who'd come to help us dig our barrow. Though everyone came during their holidays, it was going to be pretty hard work. The ancient Britons may have used slave labour to build their barrows. Without slaves, we'd use children and students instead, but jolly good slaves they made. But don't misunderstand me. It was all extremely interesting and made an unusual holiday for those of us lucky enough to be invited. The intention of the experiment was to dig a ditch and heap all the material from it into a bank, all of it being carefully measured and plotted, so that we should know exactly the nature of the structure as it was put up. Then, as years go by, we shall measure the changes that occur in it. This will be done by putting trenches through the whole structure and seeing how it has changed. This would appear a very slow method, but in fact, it's the only way we can find out accurately what changes have affected the ancient barrows. First of all, we had to find a relatively flat area on the top of the downs and to survey it carefully before any other work was carried out. Our ditch was to be 90 feet long, and this was measured out, and both this area and the surrounding downland were carefully surveyed and plotted in. This is a dumpy level, the essential instrument for surveying. A plan had already been drawn up in advance, showing how the thing was to be built, and the bank was to be composed of several layers. The warden of the nature reserve, Mr. Lacaille, was very interested in what was going on. His duties were not only to look after the natural history interest of this reserve, but also to protect the last remaining natural deposits of sarsen stones. He asked everybody a lot of questions. Incidentally, I've no longer got that beard. The first task in building the bank was to set up some steel tubes which would act as permanent fixed points. Holes were augured down into the chalk base rock, and these tubes, which were enamelled in black and white bands to protect them against rusting, were then pummeled in with concrete, which was allowed to set before any further work proceeded. These rods, of course, fixed to the base bedrock, were quite immovable. Our own bus brought huge reinforcements. As I told you before, to help with the work, a large number of volunteers came forward. They were all very keen on this new sort of archaeological work, of building an earthwork instead of excavating one. The work was done with hand tools, and the first job was to strip off the turf in carefully measured 1 foot square pieces. These were then carried and stacked at the centre of the future bank. Back-breaking work, this. This is quite like an ancient earthwork, because a lot of barrows and banks of hill forts have got turf stacks underneath them. Next, the underlying subsoil, flinty and dirty chalk, was shovelled away and piled on top of the turf to form the first stage of the bank. Going into the chalk underneath was rather harder work, and it was planned to take out the chalk in layers, about 18 inches deep at a time. The buckets of chalk were weighed, and the volume of the buckets was known, so that we could calculate exactly the man-hours required to shift certain quantities of chalk. The edges of the ditch had to be protected with planks, because otherwise they might have been trampled in. With modern picks, work could go quite fast, and we found that the people could shift anything up to 1,800 weight of chalk an hour, and the girls were every bit as energetic as the boys. The bank had to be perfectly level, and also the bottom of the ditch was made horizontal as work progressed. Here boning is carried out in order to achieve this. The buckets loaded with chalk were carried up on planks so that the dumping would be quite even. What sort of tools did primitive people use? Undoubtedly the most useful were red deer antlers. The antlers were carefully chosen, and most of the tines on the antlers were cut away to leave just the beam and brow tine which forms a natural pick. Primitive people, of course, would have to cut these off with flints. Antlers are extremely hard, and as we found, are very useful tools. Like the ancient Britons, we found a brow tine and beam of a large antler made an excellent pick. As well as picks, we had as primitive tools baskets and the shoulder blades of horses and oxen to act as shovels. One whole section of the ditch was dug using them. The antler pick is very effective and could be used just like a modern pick, hacking at the chalk. We know that primitive people used tools like this because they've been found in excavations. An alternative method is to hammer in the tine with a mallet and then lever out the chalk. Scraping up with the shoulder blades was a bottleneck in the work, as they were found to be very inefficient shovels. A basket load of about 30 pounds proved to be the best amount to handle, and this could be carried up and dumped on the bank. Presumably primitive people would have had other means of carrying earth, skins and leather buckets perhaps. The first stage of the chalk part of the bank completed, photography had to be carried out. It was most important to record every stage of construction, as these records will be vital for reference in the future. Photographs were taken from a high vantage point as well as from the ground. The regular shape of the bank was also important, because in the future we must know to just what shape it was constructed. In addition to the interest in soil movement and silting, we were anxious to know the fate of certain buried materials. Wooden billets, charred and uncharred, were buried, and also pieces of flint. These flints had been weighed and photographed individually, and their chemical changes will be studied. Leather was included, both tanned with bark tannin and also tanned by modern methods. Pieces of cotton, linen and wool of a particular size were also put in. sheep bones were included, cooked and uncooked, and it is hoped that we shall find ways of distinguishing them when they're dug up. The charred wood is to simulate prehistoric charcoal. All these objects were buried in the chalk of the bank, and in addition, similar sets of material had been buried under the turf stack before any construction started. Their precise positions are known, and so they can be recovered whenever required. Not only have they been measured in, but also they were photographed. Pieces of pottery with numbers engraved on them were placed on the bank at precisely measured positions. When these pieces of numbered pottery are recovered in future years, it will be possible to know exactly how far they have moved. Once the finds had been placed, work could proceed on the next layer of chalk. In order to distinguish between these layers of chalk, each was covered with a different coloured roadstone grit. Basalt, hornfel and granite were used. The surface of the bank was carefully raked to a smooth profile, and then the roadstone chippings thinly scattered over it. In this way, the whole bank was built up, like the layers of a cake. Work with modern tools, let alone primitive ones, is pretty hard, so a tea break is always welcome. Each stage of the construction had to be carefully discussed, and here I talked to Professor Atkinson and Dr. Dimbleby about the next stage. Dr. Dimbleby is particularly interested in pollen analysis, and here he is taking soil samples to investigate what plants were growing on the downs in the past. In order to find out how the different layers of the bank moved, polythene tubes were set up completely vertical and fixed into the bank in this position. Thus, if they bend with the movement of the bank, this will be discovered when they are exposed during excavation. If you're looking for the bones, they've been buried in the mound. The total depth of the ditch was to be 6 feet, and digging out the last layer was rather harder work, as the chalk here was much firmer. Even so, it could still be achieved with the primitive tools, and the whole section built with these tools looked very little different from that built with conventional tools. Having finished this layer, all that remained to be done was to trim back the sides of the ditch, and then the profile, as in the plan, will have been achieved. The finished earthwork has a ditch 90 feet long and 10 feet wide. The bank is 6 feet high and about 23 feet wide. Between the two, there is a strip of turf. In time, the bank will spread across this and eventually spill into the ditch, and it is this whole process that we shall be studying in the years to come. We shall be coming back to check how it's getting on at least 5 more times in my lifetime, each time cutting the mound to see how the earth has moved and recover the finds. But the most satisfactory results won't be known until 100 years from now.
That's actually projected a lot better than it appears on a normal PC screen. So it's good.
Has Martin Bell seen that?
Sorry?
Has Martin Bell seen that?
Yes, it's got. I mean, it's got the cans of film as well. It's got video. He's got VHS tape.
Have you been able to identify some of the people in there?
Oh well, as I put at the beginning, I think I did.
Peter Fowler.
Peter Fowler, who was there, I think, that ran the excavation in '68. I was talking to Phil about this, and he said he's sure he can identify everyone, but he can't because he won't identify all the Marlborough College school kids. But looking at it, I mean, who's Ashby, which is Peter. I think Isabel Smith is in the first images. She's the person who's closing the door on the Bedford van. But anyway,
Ian Corbell was there as well. People look like Ian Corbell, who's the soil scientist that we
could be. I mean, there's quite a lot that can be done with it. And I think it's quite important because it is the beginning of a bit more science in archaeology, if I put it that way, and certainly experimental archaeology, particularly here. And I think just one further point, I went up to the site with Martin just to show him the problem with the damage, and he's sure that the buried artifacts are definitely safe. They're under the mounds because, as you saw, there's quite a burn there, so it had weathered down, and the main damage, apart from trampling on top of the mound, is in the ditch area.
It'd be rather interesting as a sort of community project to try and find children and the school children and students as well.
I would think from the yearbooks, if anybody from Harvard College, that's quite easy. The archivist at Harvard College is really good. So, you know, the flat over there.
Could we share it on our website, on your website?
Possibility of sharing. There's a bit of a problem because it's copyright, and it says it's copyright Forestry Department, Oxford. I think I know the copyright of the cameraman, but the cameraman may not be who I think it is, because on the can it's labelled as being the work of someone whose initials are LK.
I think it's expired.
It's copyright 50 or 75 years. Depends on the
70 years from the death of the creator. 50 if it's a government organisation.
Oh,
I mean,
so if it's commissioned by the forestry, whatever, then that would be a government organisation, and so it would be 50 years from its first screening.
Well, it's not due to us. There's a story behind it. I think it would be nice to actually bring it together and then put it forward and then use it appropriately. I mean, there's a possibility of my showing it as part of the 40th anniversary of the World Heritage Site. But it would be nice to have Peter Fowler's like an occasion with people. But Phil, who unfortunately couldn't do all of it, so I'm going to show it to him separately. He was there digging in 67, it would have been 68. And Jill was there just prior to going to Cardiff as a student. So Phil could help with him. And Peter Fowler is supposedly finishing his memoir at the moment for publication. So there's hopefully more of the context available.
Okay. Thank you very much. Really lucky. The amount of work that done into it, I did realise as well. Yeah.
So
what's the situation with the next stage of investigation? Is that all in the air at the moment?
That's what I was just about to say. The problem at the moment is that the landowner wants nothing to do with the earthwork. He wishes to bulldoze it.
Oh no.
And so I think this was raised at a previous meeting. Nick Croxton is looking to preserve it by having some sort of management agreement for it.
Right.
It happens to be scheduled because it was part of the larger area scheduling.
Yes.
To coincide with the triple SI. Now, but Martin, at the conference, there was a conference in the Asahrg very recently, a few days ago, which after the questionnaire that I think members saw, hopefully he has support for continuing the project, and therefore having slightly late the 64th through anniversary excavation, that will require funding, and it needs people to organise it, and actually to organise the study of the recovered objects, which unfortunately were not the best set of objects. I mean, the metalwork that went in was a copper penny. One of the ideas, if there is going to be a further excavation, which there should be, is to then use it to put more back in that can then subsequently excavate it. This unfortunately then requires getting the landowner's permission to go back to the site and excavate it. Right. So we have to wait, I think, before Nick Cropson has got something in place.
If it's scheduled, he can't bulldoze it though he wishes to.
Apparently he could apply to, he could do it.
He'd have to get SMC.
He has to get SMC, but knowing the reputation of the landowner, SMC.
I can't understand it being destroyed, but I can understand him not maybe any further access and
radio sign is up, guys.
Yeah, sorry. Well, we're out of the meeting, but there is a question of access. There's no vehicular access.
Right, you can welcome to use the long room. But in the meantime, while you're packing up, if you could stack the chairs no more than 4 high by the side of the room, that would save us time to turn around. Thank you very much. Bye.